Salutations, everyone. That was just like a nice mini sprint while I tried to get myself situated like I do every single time I start these sprints. So I figured, you know what? Give y'all 30 minutes just to like do stuff, come in, talk in the comments, do all that stuff. So, first up, hello. How is everyone on this Thursday? It is this September 21st. And if you know the song September by Earth, Wind, and Fire, I was playing that today, earlier this morning. And yep, I do that every single time. It's the 21st of September, every single year. So, yeah, it's actually officially autumn now. And I'm happy about that. I'm like, yes, let's move the sprints to today so that we can celebrate the first day of autumn. Hence my little banner here read by my name with autumn because I just love autumn so much. So for the sprints, I am reading A Corruption of Blood by Ambrose Parry. This is the third book in the Raven Fisher and Simpson mystery series. I've been reading this series since January this year. And now I'm finally reading the third book because the fourth book is actually coming out Tuesday. Although somehow the fourth book in this series came out in June in the UK, so interesting. But in the US, it's coming out in September, so happy about that. So I can at least get a head start on reading this. And apparently, there's a short story in between the third and the fourth. So I'm gonna read the short story as well after I read this. It's free to download, so I already got it downloaded, ready to go. So yeah, reading this, I made it to page 57. So not very far, but indeed very much enjoying it, just like every single installment in the series. And yes, let me catch up on comments. Oh, actually, I want to show y'all this candle. It's actually mostly out, honestly, but this I got at Michael's for their fall sale. They had a fall sale last week, and I actually bought like 2 candles for this area here for my little study, library, office area here. And if you hear any noises, you're hearing one of my siblings doing their laundry. So that's the washer right now going on. But this particular candle is the pumpkin pancake scent. And I really do like this one because it really has a strongest sense of pumpkin. And I really, really like it. I do have another candle that's apple cider donuts. I'll definitely will light it. Hold up. Let me actually get it real quick. So this is my next candle, warm cider donuts. And it smells really, really good. Like anything like apple cider and donuts, it smells so, so good. I cannot wait to burn this one next. I knew this one I want to save for last, so I didn't burn it first because I knew I will burn it for so long that it will just be gone. So I'm waiting to use this in like an October or something. And I'll just use this for like September. So, yep. That is this one. And then there's like 2 more candles in the bedroom. I think there's a sunflower one, and there's like an autumn walk one. We're leaving that in the bedroom. We're just leaving it there. So yeah, let me catch up on comments real quick. Hello, books, girls, and purrs. Bookish company Sister Sci-Fi is selling signed copies of Out There Screaming. I thought of you because of your recent video. Oh, well, thank you. Yes, for anyone who don't know, I did have a video of this is in reference to the end of the year tag video. So my most recent one, all the things. It's in my book tag playlist, and I tagged that playlist in the description for these sprints. If y'all want to watch it later, coolio. It's in the description. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I'm glad you thought of me. But yeah, I actually did not know about Sister Sci-Fi doing signed copies of Out There Screaming. I would like a copy, but honestly, I cannot really afford to really get more new books right now. But I do want to own a copy of Out There Screaming. I'm not usually one for anthologies. However, I am here for like an adult Black horror anthology, and especially since most of them are not like most, but some of the authors, some of the contributors are authors that I'm familiar with, like N.K. Jemisin and Nydia Okorafor, Tochi Onyebuchi. I think Cadwell Turnwell is on there. Tarana Reeve Dew is on there. There's a bunch of other authors as well, but I'm literally blanking on their names. There's just so many of them. So I definitely plan to like get a copy. I don't know if I'll get a signed copy, but thank you for thinking of me though. Good to know though. Oh, it's your birthday month. Well then, happy early birthday. I don't know when exactly your birthday is, but happy early birthday. Nice to know that. So yeah, definitely get yourself a copy for your early birthday present. Why not? What's up? Hello, Whitney. What's up? What's up? Yeah, happy almost Friday. Yes, indeed. It's indeed almost Friday. That candle's pretty. Thank you. And I have been burning for a while, so it is also very much low right now. I'm just trying to like get this side here to burn, but it's taking forever in a day. It might just be done. Who knows? I might actually have to start the Saturn one or do a different candle, but for now, I'm just burning it. Thank you. Wish you the same as well. Yes, yes, yes. I love anthologies because it gives me a chance to become acquainted with a bunch of authors in one book. I definitely can see that. For me, when it comes with anthologies, I like the idea of being introduced to multiple authors at once. However, it does lend me to be more I won't say it lends me to be more critical. It's just I don't really tend to pick up anthologies because I'm not totally sure on the writing style of most of the authors, especially if I don't know who most of these authors are. But if I have an idea on their writing style, or if I have like one of their books, their full length novels, or even a novella on my shelf or something on my TBR or whatever, then like I can see, at least for myself with my eyes, the kind of writing style that you probably would write. But then again, writing a novella slash novel is different than writing a short story. So not really fair. I haven't really read much. I've only read like short story collections, so that's pretty much like anthologies, but it's written by the same author, and those ones tend to be mostly hit or miss on a lot of their short stories. But an anthology like this, I can get behind. I'm especially since I'm getting more into horror this year than I did last year. Like if you told me out there screaming an anthology, I would not even bother with it last year. This year I am, because I'm just getting more used to reading horror. So I do think that this could be something I really would like. And especially since I really want to read more of like the authors that I listed before and like their take on horror. Cause Toronto Review I know is a horror crime fiction author, but like someone like Tochi Onyobuchi, I don't know anything about his sense of like his writing of horror, or N.K. Jemisin or Nidio Okorafor, like a lot of these other authors. Like I don't know how they will write horror. So reading an anthology like this would make me go, okay, let's see how y'all do about horror. And it's also so interesting to see Jordan Peele edit this anthology and have an introduction. Now, to be honest, I have never like read. I'm not read. I've never seen any of his films, but I do want to one day. So I think reading this anthology will be really helpful. But I'll definitely want to read it. I definitely will get it from my library though, if I'm not able to get it physically. So if I can't buy it, then I'll definitely borrow from the library. Yes, happy early birthday indeed. Almost feels like fall here. Oh, that's so nice. It's not quite fall here in Minnesota. It's still warm, but it doesn't feel like an intense heat kind of warm. Like you could tell it feels warm, but it's not like a summer heat. It's still like a cooled heat, if that makes sense here. But yeah, it's still like a weirdly weird phenomenon kind of thing. I'm just like, why can't we have a solid autumn? But we're probably gonna get there, I think. Actually, let me check, because this is important information to know. When do we start feeling like it's actually fall here? Okay, it's actually going to start raining a little bit this weekend. Okay, looks like Sunday will be high 60s. Okay. Okay, we're starting to get more of the 70s around next week, like the mid 70s. So we're getting there, but that's still too warm for autumn. So that sucks. That sucks indeed. So this is practically, it's not quite Minnesota autumn right now. This is more of, I don't even know what to call this time period, because it's not summer, but it's not quite autumn. So I guess it is Minnesota autumn right now. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see then when Minnesota autumn goes away. But yeah. But anyways, as far as reading, so yeah, A Corruption of Blood. And I am also annotating it. I know it's a green book and my tab colors scheme is blue. I don't have a color tab scheme of green for some reason. I don't know how to get this kind of tabs, but in green. I mean, I would love it. I love green, but for some reason, not able to get this stuff in green. So here we are. And I have this nice green zebra mild liner, and then I just have a mechanical pencil. Best way. So yeah. And yeah, I mean, I can't really talk too much about what this book is even particularly about. But as far as the series, if you're new here, if you've never heard of this series, which I'm quite confident that most people have not heard of the series, but this is a Sherlockian inspired mystery series that takes place in Edinburgh, Scotland in like the late 1840s to the early 1850s. This one book in particular takes place in 1850. The first book takes place in 1847. So we follow Will Raven, who's studying to be a medical doctor, specifically in childbirth, you know, like like pregnancy, childbirth with mothers. And then we have Sarah Fisher, who is the housemaid to the famous Dr. James Young Simpson, who is pretty much like the father of. He's not like the father of medicine. But he's like the father of childbirth, delivery thing. I don't know. I don't remember the actual medical term for it. So it's that they solve mysteries together, and this is the third installment, and they're solving another kind of mystery. And yeah, it's actually pretty dark. Again, it's a crime fiction, it's historical mystery series. I really, really like these books so much. And also, Ambrose Perry is actually a pen name between two people. It's actually a husband and wife duo. So I think that's be really interesting because the husband is the one who writes like crime novels, and then the wife is like has a master's degree in the history of medicine. So that's where there's also a lot of medical content in this series. And it's very much graphic. Like, if you're not really into the whole medicine stuff, then definitely don't pick up the series because it gets graphic, like the childbirthing, the actual use of equipment to assist with childbirth and pregnancy. That's a major thing in here. So if that's something that you can't handle, then definitely don't bother with this series. But yeah, that's that's pretty much like the series itself. And as far as this particular installment, we're just following them a little bit later, where body parts, actual body parts of children, of like babies, are showing up on like a on the seaside, and we're gonna try and figure out how that happened. At least I think so. I mean, I'm not very far into it, but that's pretty much where I am right now. So yeah, that's a corruption of blood. It annoys me that summer is trying to hang on. It really is. It's like, come on now. That's global warming for you. Like, why? Just go away. But no, global warming says now we got to stay here. And I'm like, why? I don't want to be, I don't want this. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want it to go away. But no, global warming says we are here to stay. So hopefully we can fix that, because no, it should not stay at all. It does not belong here right now. It's past its time. But, you know, I don't get to choose that. Let's see. So for our sprint, we shall start our sprint at the 45-minute. So and I want to do like a 45-minute sprint. So we'll read until I can do math. 30, right? Yes. Yes. If we start at 45 and want to be a 45-minute sprint, it will have to be like around, yeah, 30. Yep, that's right. Yeah. I know my math. So yeah, we'll start in a less than a minute. Yeah, and also, how are y'all liking the ambiance? I am choosing a different ambiance video, like just some cozy rain and autumnal stuff. It's very much giving the autumnal vibe, and I hope y'all like it. This is a new one. I kind of found out about this like last night, and I was like, okay, this is nice. I like the rain sound. So yeah. Anyways, yep. Let me just get that there. Get the comment. All right, coolio. Anyways, yep. And I'll see you all in 45 minutes. Let me actually get the things ready. Happy preview. Hello. That was the end of our sprint. How did y'all do? Questions. For me, and for everyone who just came in, I am reading A Corruption of Blood by Ambrose Parry. And I'm on page 74, getting close to 100 pages in. I'm always loving this series. This is the third book in the Raven, Fisher, and Simpson mystery series. And I'm having a good time. And I am taking my time with it because, well, not just because of like the pacing of the novel, but also because of the medical content. So if you see me like tippity tappity tap at my computers, because I am trying to search up all the medical content and try to figure out all these medical words. I mean, sure, it does give some brief explanation here and there in the dialogue. It's just pretty quick, simple explanations, but it's mostly just like I just want to search it up. So that's just me. Anyways, how did y'all do? Oh, hello, Oompa Loompa. Hey, hope you have a blessed day to everyone in here. Yes. Back at ya. Oh, hey, little Nat. I'll be joining in the next sprint, reading Song of Silver Flake Night for a new vlog series I'm working on. Ooh, okay. All right. Looking forward to seeing this new vlog series. And you're reading Song of Silver Flake Night, by Emily Wen Zhao. I actually pre-ordered this back, but I pre-ordered this like last year, so it can come out in January, because it did come out early in January. I have not read it, and actually I don't even own my pre-ordered copy anymore, mostly because of the fact that I just kind of grew out of interest. But I'm glad I'm here. I'm happy to see and hear that you are reading Song of Silver Flame Night. Please let me know about it, because I haven't really heard many people talk about this one. If I remember correctly, it's young adult fantasy, and I think it's first in a duology. I think it's a duology. At first, I thought it would be a trilogy, but apparently, it might be a duology. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong. Who knows? Don't take my word for it. But I do think it's at least. I think it's 2 books. But yeah, let me know how far you're in, what you're thinking about it, because I want to know. I am very curious to hear your thoughts on this. 3 days left of the audiobook alone. I never learn. Nat. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. It happens. Okay. It always happens. So I guess that just means you just gotta marathon that thing. At least as much as you can before the audiobook. I do know it's a longer audiobook though. I think it's 16 hours ish. I think it's 16 hours. I don't know how far you're into it. So hopefully there's enough time for you to finish it in 3 days. Fingers crossed. Hoping the best for you. Didn't do much reading. Had to clean my flat iron. All right, that's okay. I mean, this is also productivity sprints, so clean a flat iron. That's productivity. All right, that's okay if you didn't do much reading. It's all right. It's all right. Oh boy. Okay, now I'm just looking at other things right now. What am I looking at? Okay, let me just get out of Goodreads. I don't. Why am I on Goodreads? Get out of here. Okay, because I wanted to update my page progress on Storygraph, but I had to remind myself what page I was on. And now I remembered. Okay, cool. Started around when it came out, so around January, but soft DNF'd it because I wasn't in the mood for YA fantasy. So hopefully this time I'll get into it. Okay. Okay. I actually haven't started, but interesting. Yeah, that's another thing too, that I was just also not in headspace for a young adult fantasy. When it comes to young adult fantasies, actually, it's harder for me to get into, just to even pick it up in the first place, because I've been reading a lot more adult fantasy. So I have more expectations for a young adult fantasy because of it, which I feel like is a little bit unfair, because of the target demographic and all. But yeah, I can see how I will soft DNF it. Gonna have to start from the beginning though, because I remember nothing. I that makes sense. Yeah, I would do the same thing too, honestly. Even if if I started the book like last month, I probably would have done it too. But yeah, but if you did start the book like in January, that it has been a long time. Yeah, I won't remember nothing either. That was a good idea on beginning. But now you only have 3 days though. 3 days left of the audiobook. And I think the audiobook's like 16 hours. That's a long time. Now that is very dangerous. That is a very, and I don't know. That's very dangerous. But I again hoping for the best for you. It gets worse. This isn't the only book. I have 3 days left. Nat, no, this is not even the one book. You have multiple. At this point, you just gotta bite the bullet and just marathon. Either you marathon or you just start returning the audiobook alone. I don't know what happens. Or you just let it get taken. I don't know. I guess just keep reading it until you just keep reading until the library takes it away. And if a book sticks to the point that you actually finish it before, then cool. Because oh gosh, 3 days left, and I'm the only one. Oh gosh. Now I want to know. Now I'm actually curious as to what the other books you have that are like 3 days left. Because I'm just trying to think. I'm like, I don't know how you're gonna manage that. I don't know. But please let me know your progress because I am now just very, very curious. I have to know. Like the books, which one you're picking and choosing, which one you're prioritizing besides Song of Silver Flame Like Night, because I gotta know now. I just have to know. I never admit defeat. The library will have to pry from my cold dead hands. You know what? I salute you. I salute you on this. I salute you on this. Sometimes you just can't let the library take it. You can't just let them take it. You just have to be like, nope. I'll hold on to it until you pry it off me. But okay. All right. All right. Again, I'm hoping for the best for you, at least with Song of Silver Flame Like Night. I'm not sure about the other current reads that you have like 3 days left, but that one, I'm hoping for the best. So I can't remember on who the audiobook narrator was because I also had the audiobook on hold once, but then I didn't read it, so I just gave it away early. Let me try to figure out Song of Silver. Okay, clearly I can't spell. I can read, but for some reason I can't spell. Okay, found it. So yeah, it is 16 hours long. Who is the audiobook? Who's the narrator? Annie Q. Okay. Is this narrator? This doesn't seem like a familiar. I don't recognize this name. Let me see. Is there any other book that Annie Q has narrated besides this one? Scatter of Light by Melinda Lowe. Okay, I recognize that name. Gods of Want by K. Ming Chong. I don't know. When it comes when I notice like narrator names, I always be looking like what other books have y'all narrated? Maybe I recognize it because sometimes I don't really keep track of narrators' names whenever I read a book, which honestly is definitely a disservice to me. Like I really should keep tracking of that, and I definitely want to do that for the future. But now I'm just looking. Okay, there's not like a lot, but I can recognize like two, so that's something at least. Yeah, I might try the audiobook again though, maybe. And it's a 4 week wait. Am I that inclined to read it this soon? Let's put a hold for it in November. That'll be like a snow shoveling kind of audiobook. You know what? Yes. Audiobooks are so good when you're shoveling snow and you're out in the cold and you just need something to focus on besides the fact that you're cold and you hate shoveling snow. Audiobooks, y'all. And especially young adult fantasy ones. It really forces me to literally pay attention to it. So I'm going to save that for December. The other is Lies We Sing to the Sea, 14 euros for the same vlog. Okay. Interesting. I'm trying to think of this. I'm not trying to think of the theme now of this vlog series. See, now I'm just thinking about it. Like, what's the theme here? I'm intrigued. Okay. So if Song of Silver Flame Night. Well, question though. Is it the vlog series have to do with something with fantasy books, young adult fantasy books with long titles? Because Song of Silver Flame Like Night and then Lies We Sing to the Sea, those are like 6-word titles. So if that's the theme, then like we're on track here. But if that's not the theme, then well, pretend I didn't say anything. But yeah, I've heard about this one. This is wasn't this a retelling of like the Odyssey or something? I think it's also first in a duology. Hold on, let me look. But yeah, I'm definitely right about Song of Silver Flame by Night being 16 hours long. Let me see about Lies We Sing to. Oops, I can't spell again. Again, I was like, I can read, but for some reason I can't spell. Yeah, but Sarah Underwood. Who's the narrator? Oh, wait. Hold up. Do you want to guess or do you want me to say? Well, I'm trying to see if I can guess it. But so far, I've only got the 6 word title, and it's young adult fantasy. I was like 6 word title, young adult fantasy, because I don't know how specific it is, or how if it's more general, like just young adult fantasy. Because that's so far what I'm getting. Oh, this is a multi. Okay, so lies we sing to the sea is multi narrated. Okay, all right, cool, cool, cool. And it's come out in March. Maybe it's a new releases vlog because this one came out March of this year, and then Song of Silver Flame Like Night came out January this year. So is this young adult fantasy that's also like new releases? Is this like a new releases kind of vlog thing? It could be. It could be. Is this new releases? Oh, the long titles is a coincidence. Okay, so I guess we can scrap the long title thing. But I'm gonna go with new releases vlog. That just so happens to be young adult fantasy focused. Am I right or am I wrong? If I'm right, just let me know I'm right. If I'm wrong, then just tell me because honestly, I don't even know. I really have no idea. But it is interesting though to see that this is. Oh wait, is this not a first into? Okay, I don't know. It's not showing me if this is gonna be a sequel or not. So whatever. But yeah, there are multiple narrators. So okay, okay. Okay. I'm even learning more about this. Okay, so Lies We Sing to the Sea is a dazzling sapphic fantasy inspired by Greek mythology. Will captivate fans of Circe and the Song of Achilles. Why is it that whenever there's a lot of like Greek mythology books coming out, they're more than likely to be compared to like Madeline Miller's Circe and the Song of Achilles. I know like those books come out like actually about a decade. I think Song of Achilles came out like about a decade ago, like 2012. I have no idea about Circe though, but I think it's about a little bit more than a decade since those books come out. So I guess makes sense for the comparisons. But I'm just like, haven't there been other works? Like, haven't there been other works since then that we could use for comparisons instead? I don't know. Maybe not as popular. Technically, you're not far off. So it's a vlog series where I read the books I haven't read for my subscription boxes to see if I want to keep them, and I'm prioritizing the most recent ones. Okay. Well, I guess I am sort of in the same vein, but like close. I'm like, it's close enough. I was close. Starting with a Lumicrate. Oh, I do remember Song of Silver Flame like Night being in like a bookish box. I don't remember like Lies We Sing to the Sea though. Wasn't sure about that one. But yeah, this is actually a really good vlog series idea for sure. I definitely like the idea of like you're trying to see if subscription boxes and if you haven't read the books, and to see if you want to keep them. Like yeah, I can see that. That's actually a really good vlog series idea, honestly. And also it really whittles down your TBR. So best of both worlds. You get to see if the books that you're going for these subscription boxes are really for you. You like them like that, and also you just whittle down your TBR. Either way, you're winning. And I'm hoping the books are also good too, because that will be a triple win. Otherwise, it's only a double win, which is still a good win, but like it's always good to have the added bonus of you actually loving these books, And if you don't like them, well, I don't know. I've made a whole notion table and everything. Yes, let's keep organized, keep track of everything. All right. Well, now I'm really looking forward to this vlog series. Very much looking forward to it. And I'm also excited to hear your thoughts on Song of Silver Flame Like Night and Lies We Sing to the Sea. I just hope that you'll be able to finish these audiobooks in time because dangerously close here, Nat. Very dangerously close. But yes, very much intrigued. Very much intrigued here. Okay. Looking forward to it. Oh gosh, why is my family always gotta be sending me text messages? Not right now, y'all. Okay, so we'll start our next sprint in less than a minute here, and it'll be another 45. So we'll just read until the 30 again. There we go. Oh wait, hold up. There you go. Now everything's looking good. Yep. So we'll read till the 30, and yeah. Anyways, happy reading or working on something else. And I'll see you all at the 30.
Sephora is everywhere you are. So when you need a gift,
Thank you.
or you want to try something new, just pop in. There's always a Sephora near you.
Cheetos mac and cheese. Remix your mac and cheese. It's a Cheetos thing.
Hello. That was the end of our sprint. So now there's still laundry going on in the background. So yeah, if you're hearing that, that's just laundry. Anyways, how did y'all do? What y'all do? How did you all do if you were reading? And if you didn't read, what did y'all do? So still reading A Corruption of Blood. I have made a page. What page am I on? 93. Okay. Page 93. So this is indeed a slower paced novel, but some small things are happening now, and I'm just here for character reactions for certain things. I think we have been finally introduced to like the inciting incident in the story. So that just got started, and to looks of it, we're about to let the ball roll from there. So yeah, we're pretty much just starting off actually the mystery now, and also to see a little bit more of character interactions. But yeah, very much here for this. I am also kind of, I don't know. I can't really talk about this. The one thing that I'm kind of a little bit jaded about this book and the direction that it's going, and especially since I already know the fourth book is coming out. So I do know that there are certain things that I know will not happen at the end of this one, but I'm still jaded about it. But I can't talk about it because it's pretty much a spoiler, basically, especially if you haven't even read the series. But I feel a certain way. But still having a good time with it. But still kind of jaded, but not the fault of the book, just more of a fault of how I feel about certain things is all. Anyways, let me catch up on comments before I linger too much. Just the first two chapters, about 7% according to the audiobook. Okay, cool. All right, a solid chunk, and it's a solid bit there. At least a good way to start. I'm having some chocolate, so I don't want to open my book right now. Fair enough. To figure out the page number. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. So 2 chapters in Song of Silver Flame Night. Well, are you liking it so far? Any initial thoughts and early impressions so far? Do you like it? Is it okay? What do you think? I know it's still a little bit early. 7% is not a lot for a book that is. How long is this book? Hold up. Song of. How long is this book? 459 pages. That's kind of a lot, but eh. All right. Okay. So it's still kind of a little bit long, but yeah, it's not a big chunk though. Not a big chunk, but it's enough to at least. I think it's enough to give some sort of idea. So, any initial impressions so far? But it definitely is longer than I thought it would be. But then again, when I did have it physically, it's a little bit of a chunky book. But I did thought it would be a little bit longer. I thought it was close to 500 pages, but just over 450. That's not too bad. But of course, is this a duology? I think this is a duology, right? And to looks of it, the sequel is about as long as the first book, so page length wise, is not that much different. So that's good. Sorry, y'all. I'm just also trying to figure out our next ambiance because this ambiance is almost over, and I don't want it to stop I don't want it to just stop while we're in the middle of sprinting. So let me actually find our next one. Where's comments? Okay. I'm feeling more into it than when I started earlier this year. It starts with a chronology of historical events, and I remember not being able to retain the info. But this time I wasn't having any trouble with that. Okay, cool. That's good though. That's good. So yeah, definitely more into the story now, which is good. Good impression. Good. Just got to work, so I'm finally sending my touche down to read. Alrighty. Well, good thing we're sprinting for a little bit longer, so you can have more time to read. 51% into my reread of Symmetry Boys. I have read Symmetry Boys by Aiden Thomas. I did indeed very much enjoy that one. And you're a little bit over halfway through your reread. Nice. like when people like say when they're rereading something because it just means that they have like a particular favorite book that they always want to go back to. I haven't gone to the point where where I have an active when I'm actively rereading something. I haven't reached that point yet. I do have books that I could reread, especially series. It's just that for some reason I'm not usually in that headspace to like go back to something I've already read unless it's to prepare for something new. I do want to try rereading again, although I have reread maybe like two things. Was it two things this year? Yeah, I think I did. No, technically speaking, actually, I reread. How many things have I reread? Three things. Yes, I have reread three things so far this year, and for the most part, they haven't really been. Most of them actually, no, wait, not most. Two of them have not been really good, but one of them was like, I feel the same way, so it's like not much is different. Even if it was like a 5 star, I was just like, I didn't feel much excitement with it. I don't know. I really want to figure out how I really feel about rereading books. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out for like next year or something. Supposed to be done with 3 books by, oh gosh, I have no idea how to pronounce his name, and I'm not even gonna attempt it because I know it's gonna be sound so bad. So 3 books by this particular author, and I'm barely halfway through one. I've just been so busy. I've never even heard of this author. Let me actually. Oh boy, can I spell? Sometimes I really be wondering. I'm like, geez, I really can read, but I really cannot spell. Okay. Oh, a Kenyan author. Okay. Interesting. I've never heard of this author. Okay. Okay. A lot of older books, though. I don't think there's anything newer. So maybe they're more of a modern classic author? Probably. I'm already looking at like Wikipedia right now. Okay, I'm just like, huh. Like I've never heard. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Now I gotta look at like a list of books now, cause like how have I not heard of this person? I mean, there's a lot of authors out there I've really never heard of, but like, okay, you know what? I need to stop going in a rabbit hole and having my mind just wander. This is what I get. So I get when I have no one to stop me with my wandering. So I'm gonna stop. We'll come back to this, but interesting. So done with 3 books by this author. I'm barely halfway through one. Interesting. Okay. Oh wait, hold up now. Trying to make sure I catch up on comments. That's what I get for wandering. I'm getting tired and sleepy. I gotta get ready for bed because I gotta go to work tomorrow. Thanks for the sprints. Good night. All right. Good night, Good night, Whitney. Good night. Yeah, I know it's a little bit late and it's still a work night for most people. So night. Hope to see you my next sprint. Oh, my chocolate sounds so good right now. Might nap from my fridge right now. I don't have any chocolate. It would be just so nice with some chocolate with some almonds. I like chocolate with almond, like the Hershey bar with almonds inside. That tastes good to me. Especially if you put it in the fridge for a little bit. It tastes good. I like it crunchy a little bit. So focus on my physical TBR that I'm only letting myself reread books that I need to reread in order to read the sequel because I forgot the first book. I think next year I want to do more rereads though. Same here. I want to like get into rereading more because I easily have books that I've read like 2021, 2022 that I could reread, but sometimes I keep thinking to myself, maybe I'm not far and removed enough from the first read to reread it. But it's also just like, I don't know. The feeling of going back to reread something doesn't feel the same way as like rewatching something. Like I could rewatch something that I watched like Like the first time I watched it was like years ago, and then I rewatched it every couple of years in between, and then I could probably rewatch it like several times in a year. It's like rewatching a movie or a TV show is easy, but rereading a book is not. And I want to get to the point that the way I reread a book can equate to how I rewatch a film or a TV show that I've loved. I want to get to that point, but I haven't gone that way with books yet. Then again, it's also because I get so distracted with the newer books coming out that it's hard for me to go back to books that I really loved. I'm like, well, I'm trying to focus on the newer books and less so on books I've already read. So like, but like maybe if I try like different format, like maybe if I read a book via audio, I could read it physically. If I read it physically, I can switch to audio. Maybe that way could help. I try a hybrid read or something. I don't know. I want to try something to get me into rereading books again. But I do feel like there are certain books that I would need to be a little bit removed from it, especially since I do read a lot more darker books way more often. So it's kind of hard for me to go back to them if I've already know like the heaviness in there, especially if there's like twists and turns and things. But yeah, I definitely want to try to do rereading next year. It's gonna be one of my reading goals for next year. Yes, modern classic. He was jailed during a prototype for a year for a play he wrote. He wrote a play and jailed for it? What in the earth was this play that you get jailed for? What in the world? But modern classic, yeah, because when I'm looking at this little bit biography, I'm like not quite reminiscent of Chinua Achebe, but like as far as like timeline wise, reminding me of Chinua Achebe, the author of Things Fall Apart. And I'm just like, okay. Well, now I'm just even more intrigued, especially since he's a Kenyan author. And I do want to read more by African authors, though, especially if they're modern, especially if they're in like the classic slash modern classic. That's what I need. Like, I think my brain, because literally earlier this year, I was actually not even just this year, but even like several weeks ago, I was trying to do a reread of Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, and I DNF'd it. I didn't even get to page 100. Honestly, I got so bored. I just couldn't do it. And then I tried to read Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. Yeah, Emily Bronte for the first time. I've never read Wuthering Heights, but I really could not get very far into that one either. I think I got to like around 50-ish pages. But honestly, even with the audiobook, I was like, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. There's just something about those classics that are like over 150 years old to even like 200 years old, at least on Frankenstein's case, that I'm just like, you just sound so boring right now. So boring. I just can't. And then I don't know. It feels wrong to say that with Frankenstein though, because I really have claimed that Frankenstein's a book that I read for school, but I actually loved reading it. Now I'm just like I can't even reread that. I can't even reread it. So I don't know what that says about me, but oh well. But I definitely want to try to read something from this author now because I gotta know, but I gotta find like a list of books though, and then go from there. We'll look on Storygraph. We'll look at Goodreads. We'll look at everything later. I say start with Devil on the Cross. Okay, hold up now. Devil on the Cross. There you are. Okay, yeah, classic literary. Remarkable and symbolic novel centers around Waringa's tragedy and uses it to tell a story of contemporary Kenya faced with the Satan of capitalism. Huh. Okay. This novel was written secretly in prison on the only available material, laboratory paper. It was discovered when almost complete, but unexpectedly returned to him on his release. Such was the demand for the original GQU. Is it G or G? Is it G or G? G Q GQ edition that it reprinted on publication, right? Because Kenyan author, I guess this is the native language there, so it was originally written in that, but then somehow got translated into English. It's actually kind of short. It's less than 300 pages. Came out in 1980. Okay, now I'm more intrigued. Okay, but I am also looking at the content warnings, though. That's a lot in there. But this looks like something I should at least give it a try. Okay, thanks for the rec. Now I'm going to add that to my to be read for Storygraph so that I don't forget about it. I'm now very much intrigued. Wuthering Heights is one of my least favorite classics for sure. Honestly, I have heard like generally like the actual pop culture of Wuthering Heights is, like a tragic gothic romance. And when I think of a tragic gothic romance, I do think of it as being it can be a hit or miss, especially on the classic side. I'm like, it can be a hit or miss. And based on what I heard about with what was it, Elizabeth and Heathcliff, yeah, it doesn't sound like something up my alley. Yeah, and I was already reading it. I'm just like, yeah, I don't think this is for me. Especially with guarding Heathcliff, because I haven't gotten much further into the story where Heathcliff was an adult, but the way he was treated as he was younger and how that could definitely translate when he's an adult. And also the relationship between Elizabeth and Heathcliff this early on and how they will eventually be more romantic. I'm just like, and also the edition I had, it was a Penguin Classic edition. It also had even like a family tree between it, and I'm just looking. I'm just like, this is what, and the way that I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, y'all as in like the American education system forced people to read this classic in school. I don't think I would. That's not something I really would want. I'm like, this Wuthering Heights. This is the classic you want students to read. This book here. I can see it, but also mostly I don't see it. For the most part, I really don't see it. But I can also kind of see it because it is indeed kind of a messy book in that sense. I'm like, ooh, this is messy. I was almost here for the mess, but I just couldn't do it. I didn't have the stamina for the mess. Nope, I wanted to read really, really good books. I did not want to read messy books. So yeah, I think I dodged the bullet because I also, when I actually put in my Instagram that I did DNF it, I definitely got some people like, yeah, didn't really like when I read into school. So, that was validating, honestly. And also this also validates me to hear that least favorite classic because what? Although I do remember reading excerpts of Wuthering Heights, or was it Jane Eyre? No, I think it was Wuthering Heights and Jane Eyre. I don't even know if I even would read Jane Eyre though. Maybe I would have a better time with Charlotte Bronte, with her writing in Jane Eyre, because I also own the Penguin Classic edition of Jane Eyre as well. But I don't know if I'm gonna touch any of these Penguin Classics editions like at all. Like I don't know. Like the ones I'm like I don't think so. I will be reading will be like Wuthering Heights, Jane Eyre, Frankenstein again. There's also the Tent of Wildfell Hall, which is written by Anne Bronte. And then I haven't read The Picture of Dorian Gray or Dracula or Pride and Prejudice, and I don't think I'm going to read those ones either. Even though those were the ones I was most excited to read, but I do think I would probably be bored of those ones as well. I'm not totally sure about Pride and Prejudice though. Maybe I'll have more of a good time, but I've also never seen any of the adaptations of Pride and Prejudice, so I don't know if I can really sustain my curiosity on Pride and Prejudice, honestly. But since it's also been so much like talked about in pop culture, it just makes me go, I don't think I really need to read it. Like, I don't know, like, is it just me? But have any of y'all think of like a classic that you've never read, but that you've heard of it so much because of pop culture and adaptations and stuff? It makes you go, do I even need to read the classic if so many people have already talked about it and kind of like, so there's adaptations. So why on earth would I read the classic? Have any of y'all felt that way? Because that's how I feel a lot about with like Dracula, Pride and Prejudice, Picture of Dorian Gray, Frankenstein, even though I have already read it before, Wuthering Heights, Jane Eyre. I'm just like, I don't need to read these things. If there's so many people who have talked about it already and there's adaptations, why would I read the classic myself? Like, what's the point of that? The only way I could see myself doing that is if it's for school. Other than that, I don't know. Are any of these classics even worth reading? Maybe I'll try Dracula. Maybe. No promises there, but I don't know. It's also a worry. I also do worry as well because oftentimes these classics are written by men, even the ones written by women. I'm like, maybe, but also like I don't want to deal with like racism, misogyny, racial slurs in these classics. So I'm just like, you know what? I think I'm gonna live. I want to live. Maybe I'll try a Picture of Dorian Gray though. That one might be up my alley, but the other ones, I'm just like, I want to stay away from y'all. But anyways, y'all let me know. Let me know which ones are actually worth reading, because I don't know. I still have them, even though in my little tote bag for unhauling, but I still hold them though. So let me know. Let me catch them on comments. I've been talking a lot. Above is a short link you might be interested in. It's recent link. Oh, I can't see it for some reason. Hold on, let me look at my phone, because for some reason I can't. I don't know. I literally cannot actually see the link you're referring to. Let me actually go on here. Okay, yes. Tom messages. Make sure it shows all messages. Link. No, I'm not able to see a link here. Okay, sorry, books, girls, and purrs. For some reason, I'm not able to see a link. I don't know why. I don't know. You might have to resend the link or something. Or you can like DM me on like Instagram or something with the link, because for some reason it's not showing up. I don't know. But I do want to see this link though. But yeah, it's not showing up. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. Oh yeah, I'm excited for you. Yes, because now I'm now intrigued. Okay, I'm just here. Like, if you're gonna give me a modern classic to read and it's written by an African author, I'm just gonna try it. At least I'm at least gonna try it, because why not? I want the existence of modern classic authors, especially if they're African authors, to be up there, please, because I need more than just Chinua Achebe. Okay, I need more than Things Fall Apart. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna try it. Read Devil on the Cross. I read Jane Eyre for 8th grade summer reading. Oof. And I remember being bored out of my mind. Honestly, Jane Eyre, I can see why Jane Eyre will be for 8th grade summer reading, but also I think it's not a good idea to do it for a summer reading. I think this works best in a classroom setting, because I mean, again, I've never read Jane Eyre, but based on what I know of Jane Eyre, at least the kind of story that Jane Eyre is supposed to be, I think very much bare bones here. It sounds like something that you will get more out of when you're actually like in a classroom. You can have like a teacher talk to you about it, less so of you reading on your own time, because I would never read Jane Eyre in my own time, especially not in 8th grade. 8th grade me reading Jane Eyre, please, no, no. I would never do it. Never touch. I'm not touching that book. Oh, hello, Uncle Lupa. Welcome back. Pride and Prejudice for me. Wait, is this in the sense of that you would be reading? I can't remember when I said this and when you comment this part. I'm assuming this is the Pride and Prejudice is either one that you did actually enjoy, or I actually don't know. Or maybe it's, yeah, I actually don't know what this was in reference to. I'm sorry. My brain is already forgetting, and I have no idea when you commented this part and what I said. But Pride and Prejudice though. But like, yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of that. I mean, I haven't seen, but I have heard of the many adaptations for sure. It's a very popular one, especially with Jane Austen. Jane Austen is actually just a pretty popular classics author, honestly. But I don't know. It's not something I am quite gravitating towards. But then again, I'm not really interested in Regency era romance books. So like, I don't think Pride and Prejudice would really work for me, even though, you know, Pride and Prejudice is the one that kind of like stapled a lot of people with romance. So I don't know. Maybe I will read it out of curiosity. Dracula. Okay, maybe I should have then tried Dracula, because I still have the Penguin Classics edition of it. Even though I do think I probably should get a different edition of Dracula, because I do like vampires. And I did actually read the vampire book before Dracula, which is Carmilla. And y'all, that one disappointed me. I really was hoping, I expected more, especially since it was sapphic. You know, it was saying it was sapphic, it was gay, and it disappointed me. I wanted it more. I was like, I wanted it to be more gay, but it didn't get there. So I'm gonna see with Dracula. I'm like, okay, I don't know what to expect quite with Dracula, besides the fact of vampire. So I'm just like, I don't know. But I think I will try this one. I do know though this was written in postulary format, like letters and journal entries. So I'm gonna keep that one in mind. I think I'm gonna get a different edition though, because the kind of edition I have, I don't think it's not like small or anything. Hold on, let me actually get the copies. Hold up real quick. Okay. So yeah, these are all the classics editions that I am thinking to myself, like, should I even bother with anymore? So where is Dracula? Okay, yeah. See, I have this edition. Okay, sorry. My hands everywhere. There you go. Okay. So yeah, I have this edition of Dracula. I personally don't think this is the best edition to. I mean, it's fine. It's floppy enough. But I don't know. Maybe this could work. I'm just really just don't want to be bored. And that's the thing. I don't want to feel bored reading this. But I think it's going to be very cool, though, because of the format. I think because of the fact that this is written in letters and journal entries will keep me interested. So if you think that I should try Dracula, I will keep it. I just hope that it works well for me. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, there's plenty of classics I'm too clouded by the adaptation than to separate the experience. Yeah. The thing is, though, for me, though, is that I've never even seen these adaptations. I've only heard of so many people talk about it. So it's like, have I then, since I heard so many people talk about it, is there even a point of me reading it to find out for myself? Or should I just watch the adaptations, which I still have not seen? So I don't know. I don't know if I should or should not. More than not, well, why would I bother? I'm more in the opinion of to read the book and then watch the adaptation, unless it's like comic book stuff and I'm watching like superhero shows. That's a different beast because comic books confuse me as far as which one to read first and second and third. But as far as like actual like going from a classic to a TV show or classic to a movie, it's like I don't know. We'll have to wait and see that one. We'll have to wait and see. Totally valid. I have some classics I might be interested in, but even those I'm like not in a rush to try them. And that's another thing too. Like even with the classics, it's like, am I really into reading them right away? For the most part, no. Except for like Frankenstein, though. I did plan to like reread this this year, but I didn't get far into it. Wait, where was I actually? Hold up. Where was I? I was even annotating it too. Oh yeah, so I was on page like 73. I was even annotating a little bit here. I took out the tabs though, because I was like, I'm not gonna come back to this, but I was enjoying my time. I did enjoy it when I read for school, but now I don't feel inclined to come back to this, unfortunately. That sucks. Maybe I'll still keep it for memory's sake, but I don't know. I like your username, Book Girls and Purrs. Honestly, I like that username too. Very much iconic. I love it. Yeah, that's a great username. It really is. All right, I just DM'd you the link. Okay, cool. I will see. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, I'll look at that later. But anyways, thank you. Yeah, I probably would have fared better with it in class. I agree with that. I'm like, Jane Eyre. Like, seriously, where is it? I have a copy. Look at this, y'all. This is Jane Eyre. At least this particular Penguin's a Classics edition. Look how thick this thing is. This thing is long. Oh my gosh. I mean, yes, there's a lot of like notes and stuff. Oh wait, hold up. Where is? Nope. Okay, nope. I'm still going past. How the heck are you gonna make someone in 8th grade who's gonna be in 8th grade read a 521-page classic? Why? That was literally not the best idea. This is literally what you would make students to read in school. This is not meant for summer reading. No, that was a terrible idea. No, I don't know if I would like it though. I don't know. It's one of those like gothic classic books, and I'm just like, I keep thinking to myself, I'm a fan of gothic books. Now I'm here to say, nope, I'm a fan of modern gothic books, not much of the classics. But who knows? Maybe I will at least attempt to read Jane Eyre. Maybe I should just attempt to read Jane Eyre, and it will go from there. If it's a bust, then it's a bust. It is what it is. But I don't know. I want to give Jane Eyre at least a try. Thank you, Upa. If you're a huge fan of Dracula, I'll definitely add it to my TBR. Yeah, I want to do it too, because again, I like me some vampire, and I like the modern ones most of them. So let's try like one of the classics. Sure, I have read Carmilla, and I didn't really like it. I was in fact disappointed. So we'll see if Dracula works. I gotta at least give it a shot here. I don't think it's very long. Let me actually see how long this thing is. Oh, oopsie. Again, this particular edition has like too many notes. I'm trying to figure out page numbers. Okay, this is a little bit over 400 pages. That doesn't sound too bad. If I give it a good shot, who knows? This could be a book that I would like. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Oh yeah, read Pride and Prejudice. I haven't read it, but there are so many adaptations that I feel I don't need to read it. You're right. Like there's so many adaptations. There's literary analyses you could search up on the internet. There's even like retellings of it too. Like, what's even the point of reading the classic when there's so many other people with their own interpretations? Sure, maybe you won't get the references, but it's like, do I need to read it for the references, or can I just be here for plot and characters and tropes and the writing and other things? You don't need to read the classics at this point. I don't. There's no point, personally speaking. I agree with Pride and Prejudice, the movie. Oh, Pride and Prejudice. The movie was so boring for me. Like, man, I respect the fandom, but I don't get it sometimes. People make something out of nothing / not much. Like they just jump on the bandwagon. Yeah. Yeah. Because to be honest, the only thing about Pride and Prejudice that I know of is like the love confession scene between what was it, Miss Bennet and Mr. Darcy or something. More so like Mr. Darcy. That's pretty much it. Like pretty much like a climax. I think it's part of the climax of the story, I think. I don't know. But it doesn't really sound something up my alley because it sounds like I have to really think about like the society at the time and women's expectations. And I'm just like, if I were to read an entire classic based on that alone, mostly before I got to like the romance, and even if then the romance is so tied into the like that sounds so boring. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, but hey, I'm happy that the people's like it. It's there for a reason, I guess. I might still, but we'll see if I ever get curious enough to try it. We'll see. We'll see indeed. Yeah. Oh wow, you didn't like Carmilla. I wanted to read that one. Man, I still might give it a try, but I trust your judgment. Honestly, I don't know. It's like I really came into thinking like this would be a lot more gayer than I got from it. I really went into that expectation. But then again, I have to keep in mind that this book is like over when did this book come out? Because I no longer have my physical copy anymore. So I don't even remember when this originally came out. So let me when did it come out? 1872. Was it really 1872? That don't sound right. No, it did come out in 1872. Okay. So it's wait, so then it is about 150 years old. Yeah. Yeah, it is about 150 years old right now. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I just expected a little bit too much from it because of I was thinking of more modern tendencies, and I'm not usually a classic reader, so I don't know what to expect from a classic book. So to be honest, if I did temper down my expectations on like that particular aspect of the story, it probably would have been just a fine, decent read. But I really was expecting probably a little bit too much from it. So that's I think is more of my fault than the story itself. Because the story itself is I think it's still fine. I definitely do like the fact that like how we came to know about like the very first vampire and stuff. And I also like the fact that it was Carmilla, who was pretty much the very first vampire story. And it is also very short. It's a novella. So, not much time to read it, much shorter than Dracula. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if it was more of a full length novel, I think I could have been a little bit more invested into like certain characters. But then again, if it was a little bit longer, it probably would have dragged a little bit more. So maybe there could have been another subplot. I don't know. I don't know. Again, it's what happens when you read. It's just I had too much expectation on thinking of the modern tendencies of a novel than like thinking of it in a classic sense. Like the expectations of what a writer could write in that time. So like I really expected probably too much from it. But nonetheless, I was disappointed. So maybe don't quite trust my judgment. If you still want to read it, you can still read it. I still think you could just read it. It is short. It's a novella. So it won't take too much time. I do think the audiobook is also pretty short. I think it's like 4 hours long. So you could try at least an audiobook, borrow from the library, all the things. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely think I expected way too much. I don't know if you remember last time I was here. I commented asking for a commute read, right, for traveling to school, and you recommended me a Romeo and Juliet story. I ended up getting Frankenstein. I couldn't even get. Wait, read me a Romeo and Juliet story. What was it? I think it was One for My Enemy by Olivia Blake. I think that's what it was. I think I remember it being One for My Enemy. I ended up getting Frankenstein. I couldn't even get through the first page. It seems so boring, but I was like, I want to see why classical books are classics, But man, maybe I don't even give it enough of a shot, though. It really does look like that. And also another thing too, with regarding classics, even with something like Frankenstein is short. It's like, how many pages is this? It's only a little bit over 200 pages. So not very long. However, these classics are slowly paced. So it does have a lot of these classics have slow beginnings. They're just not written to be picked up that quick. Okay, so it will start with a very slow beginning, unfortunately, that I'm starting to realize with them. And if you don't come with that kind of expectation, it doesn't really do well. But yeah, there is something about it though that is classic. That does make it these classics a classic. But you have to be like, you really have to get through the very boring beginnings because oh gosh, these beginnings. I'd be really looking at them just like, is this beginning worth me getting to the end of this book? Sometimes I'm just like, probably not. Probably not. But oh gosh. I definitely feel your pain though. I'm trying to read Frankenstein because I got bored too. I feel like people talk about Pride and Prejudice so much that I can't even quote it. That I can't even like quote it. Dang. Honestly, I'm not usually around a lot of people who talk about it that much, but wow. Hear that much, you can actually quote it. Wow. That's actually pretty impressive. That's an intense fandom right there. But wow. I mean, at that point, like, why would you read it for yourself? I mean, you have other people to tell you what it's even about. What's the point, Right? I was literally just saying that you have bewitched my mind and soul and body, and I love you, and I hope never to spend a day apart from you or something like that. Oh, it's just pop culture. Oh my gosh, y'all know this? I don't even know the quote. I just know like generally scenes from like the film adaptation. I don't remember which one it was, but just that. Huh. That is so fascinating. Like you actually have a whole quote here. You have bewitched my mind and soul and body, and I love you. And I hope never to spend a day apart from you. Wow. That's intense. That's some intense pop. Wow. That's intense. Oh my gosh. Like wow. 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 I'm just so surprised that like hold on, where's my copy? Like someone can quote that from pop culture of this book. That is so fascinating. I don't even know like wow. I I can barely do it with most books that I can barely even do that with like just about any book I read, but whew. Pride and Prejudice. Jane Austen. I don't know what she put in this book, but for some reason people out there are just eating this book up. Wow. Just wow. Oh, quick side question. Are Dracula and Carmilla related? I don't think so. The only like things that are connected between Carmilla and Dracula is that Dracula was inspired by Carmilla because Carmilla does predate Dracula. And since Carmilla came out first, Carmilla inspired Dracula, and I think also Interview with the Vampire was inspired by Dracula, but Dracula was inspired by Carmilla. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. So other than that, I don't think the world wise they're similar. They're still from very different authors. Carmilla is written by J. Sheridan Fanu, and then we have Bram Stoker with Dracula. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I'm like Dracula. So I'll keep Dracula at least. At least try it. Frankenstein, I don't know. I know, and it sucks because I was really I don't know. Maybe I will just keep it. Maybe I will try it again. I might try again in the future when I'm actually mentally prepared to absorb a classic. I'll probably will keep it. And then this one I'll also keep to at least try to read. And then Wuthering Heights. Nope. I ain't touching this again. I'm not missing much from that. Pride and Prejudice. Probably watch a film adaptation. These other ones, I don't even know. Literally, that's the quote. And if I can quote it, I basically read it. No, seriously. Like, I was so shocked that you even got a quote like that. I don't even know where that is in the book itself, but wow. I'm actually impressed that you can quote it like that. I mean, you basically have read it. Like, that's just it. You don't even need to read the damn book. Wow. People love that he flexes his hand in that one movie adaptation. Yes, I remember like the whole hand flexing thing. I don't even know why people like it. Like, is it like him trying to like hold back, like rein in his love for Miss Bennet or something? Is that what it is? And I feel like I've basically seen that movie, but I've literally never sat down to watch it. Me neither. Mm-mm. But yeah, I've always seen that too. Like on my Instagram, I just see like this, like just like a still of it. I'm just like, is he trying to like rein in his love for her or something? Like he wants to say something, but he just reins it in. Is that what this is? I don't get the whole thing. I don't get it. I'm not trying to read it to understand it. I mean, sure, is that a little bit lazy on my part? Yes, but I don't care. I don't care. Yes, I was just watching a video with a girl making a full video on the significance of his hand flex, and I was like, wow. Loyalty of y'all catching the fact that the actor flexed his hand. Yeah. Like, wow. Can't be me. Like, I don't know. But then again, I don't know. Jane Austen, the way she be writing, the way people talk about her, it sounds like she really that kind of author. But whew, though. Can't relate. I wish, though. I don't know. I admire their fandom's enthusiasm, but cannot relate. Yeah, can't relate either. I do wish, though. I kind of wish I was one of those people, but I'm not even interested to the story itself because what's even this story? It's like, what's even about? Yeah. Also, it is Miss Bennet. Put making her mind about Mr. Darcy. Yeah. So again, it's like the pride and prejudice between the two of them. So I'm just like, okay, all right. Probably will rather read a retelling of it than to read the actual classic. Sure, I can't make much actual critique on the retelling from the original or anything, but hey, I'm not here to read the original. I fell asleep on the Pride and Prejudice movie because it was on Netflix. I tried, but they were talking so softly and slow. I took a nap. That movie is ASMR. Oh my gosh. Wow. Like, talk about boring to the point that you were thinking, like, oh my gosh, this is basically just good background. This is just background noise for me so I can take a real nice long nap. Man. I don't know. I might want to actually just try to even watch an adaptation because I don't know. There's also an adaptation of Wuthering Heights. I don't think I know for sure I'm never going to read this. I'm not going to try again, but I do want to see maybe if I'll like the film adaptation of it. But I have heard though the film adaptations for Wuthering Heights doesn't accurately portray what the point of the book was. So I was like, you know what? Maybe not. Pride and Prejudice though, I could try again. The only Jane Austen I've read is Emma, and I hated it. I love the most recent adaptation, though. Wow. I have heard of Emma. I don't even know. What was this? Hold up. Let me, there you are. Emma. If this thing can load, please storygraph load. Please storygraph load. Please load. Okay, this thing's taking it's taking its time. Okay, there we go. This is another romance? Does Jane Austen only write romance? I feel like that's wrong. I feel that's not quite right. But it's a romance? Although described by Jane Austen as a character who no one but myself will much like. Clever, rich, and beautiful. She sees no need for marriage, but loves interfering in the romantic lives of others until her matchmaking plans unravel with consequences that she never expected. Okay, and this thing is long. Oh my gosh, it's over 500 pages. What in the world? And it came in 1815. Oh yeah, this thing's like over 200 years old. Oh no, no, yeah, no. I can see why you hated it. Nah, I'll never read that. What other ones has she written? Now I'm just curious. Oh boy. Boy. I just okay. This is what happens when you search things now, and now it's just okay. Anything with Jane Austen's name. That was a mistake. Okay, never mind. I'm stop looking then. Some books are just a rite of passage to some pop cultures. Book talk. Book talk exacerbates this. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that. But as far as what I have classics, I don't know. Should I bother with Jane Eyre? I don't even know if I should bother with Jane Eyre. What even is this the thing about again? Something about a young woman who becomes a governess or something? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she becomes a governess. Oh well. I'll figure that out later. I don't know. Let's see. For the next sprint, what time is it? Okay. Okay, it's about. We'll start soon. So let me think time. We're talking about 20. If we do another 45. Actually, maybe no, because it's already 9. It's 9 my time. So I'm trying to think. Maybe we should do a 30 then, just for time wise. Yeah, for time's sake, we'll do a 30 instead of a 45. So then read until 50. Yeah. But anyways, I really am liking this discussion on classics because I have thoughts on classics. Even though I haven't read many, but I have my thoughts on classics. Yeah, sounds good to me. Yeah, let's try to wind down a little bit more since it is getting kind of late. But yeah, I really like our discussion though on the classics. I don't know. Oh, I forgot. I didn't put in my ambiance yet. Crap. Okay, well that's okay. Time's being our 30. The 30 minutes doesn't start till like 20 after, so it's okay. Just need to find the right one. Oh boy, where is anything? Where is the good ones? Okay, it's always towards the end. You know what? Let's do the Cherry Blossom Library Cafe.
If you hate wearing bras,
No
then
ads. Go away. Okay. Let's just give it some more time on the thing. Okay. There we go. Now we got our ambiance sets. Good gosh. Anyways, yes. I will see you all in 30 minutes. I'll see you all like 50 after. Or 10 to. All right. That was the end of our sprint. If y'all read, let me know how far you've gotten. If you didn't read, let me know what y'all did instead. Celebrating a Corruption of Blood. I've made it over 100 pages now. Oops. I made it to a page 101. And now another part of the mystery has been added into the mix as well. So yeah, I think for the next 300 pages or so, we're gonna get to more of it. I'm just really I'm still sad about a certain aspect of the story between our two main characters that is not gonna happen because I'm quite confident it won't happen. This is what I get for reading this announcement. But then again, I did want to warn myself because I saw the trajectory of what happened with book 2, and I was just like, let me see book 4. Let me just see with book 4. And I'm just like, yeah, it's not gonna happen. So I'm just like, dang, now I'm just sad. I'm just sad, but I'm like, I can't fault the book for it. That's just what I get for my expectations. Even another character was thinking, I'm like, but then again, I'm just like, I don't know. I can't talk about it, but I have to talk about it. I want to talk about to someone who has read these books up to this point. But I don't know anyone, unfortunately. This is not a very popular series. I barely even knew about it because I only knew about it because of Jesse talked about it briefly. So I was like, well, here I am. Oh well, let me catch some comments. I like the scenery and music. Thank you. I just had to find something that would fit the vibe, you know. I was like, well, we had a nice rain sound, so let's get some library with the wind and the birds. I think the birds were fine. I like the birds. Hello, Tallulah. Yes, just got here with my plate of chicken wings. Probably gonna read for a bit, and I'll consider if I want to write. Ooh, okay. Well, welcome. I think we have time for one more sprint. I'll read another chapter of Song of Silver Flailing Night. Hopefully tomorrow I can sit down and read this, and then I have to devote Saturday to lies we sing to the sea. I also too because I really do want you to finish those books for that vlog because I want to see the vlog. I want to see this vlog series coming into fruition. I really want to see it, and also want to hear more of your thoughts. But yeah, read another chapter, so that's good. That's good. All right, making some good progress here. We're all making some good progress here on our books. But yeah, as far as actually our little classics discussion, I have decided on the classics I'm keeping and ones I'm just getting rid of. For sure, I'll see maybe in the future I will might continue or finish my reread of Frankenstein. We'll see if that even happen. Maybe give myself 2 years. Probably give it 2 years. Come back to Frankenstein. I'll try Dracula, not this year. Maybe next year. And then I have the picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde. I'll keep that one as well. But again, I'm going to temper my expectations because I've read a lot of modern novels. So my expectation on modern novels is not going to be the same for these classics. So I'll do that with what I will. Because again, these are classics, not even like modern classics. So I need to readjust my expectations. I think when I head to bed though, since you're at Eastern time. Thanks for hosting the Springs. Love gripping about classics. Honestly, it was a great discussion as well. I really like talking about classics, even though again I haven't read a lot of, but I do like talking about my gripes with them. Like, let's talk about it, okay? Let's talk about our true feelings about these classics. But yes, thank you though, and definitely good night because you definitely are like an hour ahead of me. So yeah, definitely go to bed because tomorrow's Friday. Thank you for hosting. I spent the time taking notes on what I've read so far of Decolonizing the Mind. It's a short book that packs a punch. Okay. All right. That definitely sounds like something that will definitely pack a punch. I definitely have time for like one more sprint, but it's definitely going to be a shorter sprint. I don't even know if we'll do I don't think it'll be a 30-minute sprint. I think we'll just do like a 20-minute because I just have a little time in me to do like one more sprint. But I also do know it's late, so maybe we should just stop it here. Maybe we should stop here because it is getting late, especially for anyone who's like an hour ahead of me. I don't know. I have issues keeping focus on classics. Like they're interesting, but for some reason it doesn't hold my attention. Yeah, honestly, I truly believe it's three. Is it 3 or 2 things? I don't know how many things, but I'll just list them out. 1, I think is the writing style and the writing conventions of the time period that they were written. That's 1. 2 is the pacing because classic novels are slowly paced because of the writing style. And 3, what would be my third thing? I don't know, the conventions of a classic novel in that time period, and also where it was written to, like the different authors as well. It's just literally products of the time, and the expectations and the writing conventions, narrative structures were just different back then. So it's actually kind of annoying when you have to read it in a modern lens, going back to it and be like, okay, this is a lot slower than I'm used to reading. Because more modern novels are faster paced. Even the ones that are slower paced, they're not like as slow. At least they don't feel like as slow as like a classic novel. Which I don't know. I feel like this is something that I need. I'm so glad we were able to talk about this a lot more, because now seriously, I want to go back to this live again and see our discussions on this, because this some of classics and stuff, I'm like, something about this don't seem right. But I feel like I need to read more classics to really hammer down my point on this, because some about it don't feel right when you're a more of a modern reader, you know? There. Yeah, that's okay though. I understood what you were trying to write. It's almost 10 p.m. here, so it's not too late for me. Yeah, I think this is just enough time to do one more sprint, but not a 30-minute one. Maybe like a 20-minute. Yeah, I think we'll just do like a 20-minute sprint for anyone. Not just because of the fact that, of like time zones and stuff, but also because it's also late for me as well. And I mean, sure, I have been staying up late and all, but like it's kind of late for me as far as like hosting sprints and stuff. So yeah, definitely have some time to do one more sprint. It's also almost 10 p.m. for me as well. So yeah, I think at around 10 o'clock then, which is just to the hour base much, we'll start our final sprint, and we'll just read to the 20, just so that there's enough time for the things. But yeah, I definitely gotta. Okay, sorry, I have too many tabs going up at once. It's actually making my laptop feel a little bit warm here. Okay. I'll figure that out later. Wait, you just made something make sense to me, because I was also saying that I have issues focusing on Nigerian authors, minus one whose books I love. Wait, I'm trying to remember. I was like, wait, my brain now. Hold up. I was also saying that I have issues focusing on Nigerian authors, minus one whose books I love. Which one do you wait? I'm trying to think right now. I'm like, hold up. My brain is processing. Hold up. Thinking. I'm trying to think of what vein this came from now. I think we'll have to do something with classics and with writing style, pacing, and the structure. Because Nigerian authors, I haven't read a lot of. I have been reading more or less like more Nigerian American authors, but there is something about it that does make me go, yeah, this is definitely like different, which is different in the sense that's really good for me, because it's not something that I see a lot in the media that I like read, especially if it's written by white authors, but it is in a way that I can somewhat see where they're coming from, especially with the structure. Like the way Nigerian and even Nigerian American authors write their books is not ways that I've seen any other author write their books. And it's so fascinating, and I love it so much. Mine's one you love. I think you're talking about Nnedi Okorafor, right? I think that's the one you like. I don't even see it in here. I think it is Nnedi Okorafor. Maybe I just have issues with slow-paced novels without something to keep me interested. I mean, that is also the problems as well with slow-pacing novels, is that the start, like the way to actually get introduced to the world, characters, themes, plot, structure, like the entire book, the entire book really hinges on the fact on how you start it, so that you can even be interested in, and then keep the momentum going. And I can definitely see that with like slow-paced novels, because when it comes with slower paced novels, it does require a lot of patience to get through it. So you need to find something about it that you can keep you someone engaged into it. And honestly, I have a problem with it. I have a problem with that in classics, because they're even slower, and the writing style is also different than in the modern writing. because and since the classic style, the classic writing style is indeed in a way that I'm not used to, it's so hard for me to really be focused because I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be focusing on besides maybe their writing. But then I'm just like, well, I'm kind of also here for the characters. But again, slow start. It's always interesting though. But yeah, for me though, I don't really read a lot of slow paced novels. Like I really don't. I try to though, but I really have to pace myself to be like, okay, this is a book I need to be patient with. Like, for example, A Corruption of Blood. This entire mystery series is a slow pace. They're slow paced. Like, they're not fast. Like most mysteries and thrillers. They're not even medium paced either. And I do prefer to read books that are medium paced. Slower paced novels, it's like I'm here because of the writing and atmosphere. That's why. Because I'm like, why else would we be slowing down for? Like, why else are we moving in? Like, we're not like moving forward. But yeah, there is. I can see slow paced novels are usually not the more popular ones because of the fact of how slow they are to get into. But when once you find the rhythm, if it's good, if it's a well written slow paced novel, then the momentum of going into it is actually good. But slow paced novels are slow paced novels. It is what it is. Yeah, the language of classics is hard for me to stick to. Even the structure reads dusty. It really does. And I'm just like, it's like, oh my gosh, I would rather read a modern slow paced novel, Like, why yeah, the language of a classic, it's always like I literally have to think even harder just to even understand what you just wrote for an entire paragraph, It's always so irritating. And that's why I try to find the kind of classics with a decent enough writing style that I can be fine with. I even try to find some audiobook ones to see if maybe a narrator can help me with it. Sometimes it helps, some other times it doesn't help. I see it helps though with modern classics though. And then that's what I love about modern classics is that it's not written in the sense of like a classic, especially if it's written by a white person, kind of thing. But if it's more with modern tendencies, so it's easier to wrap your head around the writing there with a modern classic than a classic. And that's why I gravitate towards modern classics more so than classics, because I need the modernness of the writing, the structure. I need it to be more modern. If it's too far removed, my brain cannot handle it. And especially since I have not read a classic for school in so long, my brain just cannot do it. But anyways, that's just how my brain works. Oh, and Nydia Okorafor, I can't sit through her books, but I love reading her comics. Oh, okay. So not that one. Oh, it's Tola Okogwu. Yes, this is the author of what was it? What was this series? It was a middle grade series. I remember it was a middle grade fantasy series. You actually recommended it for the 12 Rights by 12 Friends. What was this? Oyenka? Yeah, Oyenka. Yeah. Onyeka and the Academy of the Sun, I think. I don't remember, but I do remember being a middle grade fantasy series. I remember this. Yes. She has a series that I love, which is a middle grade series about a Nigerian girl who is a mutant. Yes, I remember this. Yes. I haven't read it still yet. I remember you recommended it to me for the 12 Rights by 12 Friends. I still need to actually read it. But I'll borrow from the library soon. But yeah, I remember this. Yeah, and that's another thing too that I'm also realizing as well with Nigerian, even specifically more Nigerian American authors. So I can't say with all Nigerian authors because that includes the entire diaspora. And I'm like, I haven't read much of the diaspora, but at least I haven't read much from Nigerian authors who are born and raised in Nigeria besides Akweke Emezi and then Chinua Achebe, which I haven't touched things well apart in since sophomore year of high school. But anyways, as far as Nigerian American authors, yeah, there is a sense of how they write their stories that is very, very interesting. And honestly, I really kind of want, is it really I want to do a deep dive? But I don't know. I do really want to look a little bit more deeper on how Nigerian American authors write their novels, because it's written in a way that most your average American reader would not expect out of them, especially if they're in the speculative space, like fantasy, sci-fi, horror. Even the way that they write it's so fascinating. I do want to see if it also leans more also with literary as well, or even historical. But I can see the overlap is there. I don't know. That's a whole different thought. A slow paced book I listened to was good, but I stayed because of the world building. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that, you know. For me, I think I stay with slow paced novels because of the writing and the world building, and also characters if it's a part of a series. But for the most part, I kind of stay away from the slow paced books because it requires a lot of patience. Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm taking my time with A Corruption of Blood because, I mean, as much as I really am here for the world, the writing, and the characters, I am taking my time because the mystery aspect is indeed slower paced. And also there's medical content, it's historical fiction as well. So there's a lot. There's a lot there. Yes. Oh my god. Yes, I was right. Okay, cool. All right. Well, we're pretty much over now. So I'm gonna switch it to reading until 25. So yeah, definitely went over, and this is indeed the final sprint. So yeah, I will see you all in about 20 minutes. Happy reading, or whatever y'all are doing. All right, everyone. That was the end of our final sprint. Let me know if y'all read for the final bit or if you did something else and probably in total of how much you've read, all the things. Let me know let's chat down below real quick. So I only read a few more pages. I got a little distracted. It's a little bit of a snack. So I made it to page 105. So I only read 4 pages, not a lot. But hey, went past the page 100 when I started off this reading sprints with. Hey, what page was I on? I don't remember what page I was on. Oh well. But again, join my time with a corruption of blood. We're starting to get more into the mystery a little bit. At least we're starting it. Again, slow pace, so 4 pages, not much to talk about there. But I am also tabbing it as well. Let me see if we can do it this way. Yeah, I think. Oops, hold up. I think y'all can see the tabs there. Yeah, not a lot of tabs though, but enough. Keeping myself interested. Read a few pages of this Icon and Rocket comic. Okay. All right, sounds fun. Never heard of this comic. Again, I'm not really much of a person who reads comics, but that does sound interesting. I will say that much. Let me make sure all the things are closed out. I just have too much going on right now. Too many tabs. But anyways, yeah. Thank you all for coming on to these sprints. I hope y'all, got some progress done. Maybe ate some food. If y'all went to bed, that's all right. Went to bed. I thank you for coming. If any of y'all were here for a discussion on our gripes with classics and slow-paced novels, I'm glad y'all were here because I have been a particular itch regarding with classics. Maybe we can form an actual full-length discussion of that one day. No promises though, because I probably will forget about this idea. But interesting though. It's still very, very much interesting. I definitely look forward to talking about this way more often. As far as the sprints for next month, I don't really have them scheduled. Wait, do I have them scheduled? Well, not on you won't find them in my channel or anything. They're not scheduled right now, but I'll have them scheduled sometime soon, I think. But yeah, look forward to 2 more sprints for October. The I Hate Classics a Pro group. Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, I don't want to say I hate classics. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to say I hate classics. Yeah, I'm more of a modern classics person. That's just me. I am here for modern classics. Them classics? No. Nope, I ain't touching those ones, especially if they're 150, 200 years old. Now, I will say this. Shakespeare. Anyone who likes Shakespeare? Because I remember liking Shakespeare, and I do have 2 Shakespearean plays that I do want to reread. So, I think Shakespeare will fare better for me because of the format. It is a play. So, I probably will if I were to reread Shakespeare, I think I will like it more so than the classic novels. But hopefully, because I swear, y'all, if I reread Macbeth and Hamlet and I don't like it, I'm gonna be so devastated. Y'all will not understand. I will be so devastated if I were to reread these plays, only to find out that I don't like them. I'm gonna be so upset. Or if not, I just don't like them. If I don't even finish it, how? Again, what are y'all thoughts on Shakespeare? Finally synced between reading and note taking, so I'll consider that a win for tonight. Yes, a win indeed. But anyways, yes, thank you all again for coming on to these sprints. I will definitely try to make sure I have them scheduled, the sprints for October scheduled. So y'all can look forward to that as well. So in a few weeks' time, we'll see each other again. Thank you for hosting. Glad to grumble over classes with you all. Yes, I'm here for it. But anyways, I think that is it. That's all from me today. And I hope to see you all in my next video or reading sprints. No idea which will come. I have literally no idea. If I never have to read Shakespeare again, it'll be too soon. Well, there you go. That's pretty much the way we're gonna end it here, because oh boy, Shakespeare can really be a hit or miss for people. And for the most part, but 2 greats. But anyways, yes, thank you all again for coming on to my channel for reading sprints, and I hope to see you all in my next one. Bye bye.